Well, that's weird. I'm not seeing the actual stream on YouTube. Seems to be working.
Good.
Feeling a little better, Shin?
I feel some better, yeah.
Shinshi, I made you co-host too.
Okay. I'll try not to screw anything up.
There's nothing you can do.
Good.
It's just for safety. Hi, okay. Noel. What up? Hi. Hi, Shonin.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Did you all print out the nice, you'll probably need it for the talk today, the nice Dogen talk. Did you all print it out?
We're Jindo. I haven't seen a printer in 25 years.
You haven't seen what?
A printer in 25 years.
Oh, really?
I wouldn't even know how to print something.
Don't use paper anymore?
No paper.
No.
Print.
See, when I was a boy, we had this thing called ink.
Hi, Fred. Hi, Gorky.
Hello, hello.
Hi, Adele.
Our gardeners are here today working on the garden. You may hear them outside. Today we have one Japanese mats. It looks like, you know, the little bonsai trees with a nice shape, but it's a full size one, and it takes him a whole day just to do one tree. Because he literally does like in the movies you see about the Japanese gardener. He takes his scissors and he goes clip, 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 clip. He does that all day for one tree. And my wife said, that tree is costing us a fortune. And I said, we have to find the money for that tree.
That's called being diligent.
Well, you know, pay a gardener for a whole day's work just for one tree. You may hear the little scissors he's cutting now.
Hello, Michael. Nice to see you.
Hello, Michael. We're going to start soon. Marco, oh, here he is, Marco. Oh. We'll give him a chance to come in, maybe. come in. As you can see, our gardeners are here today. Oh, the zippers. Very good. God, I can't believe you both wear the same size. I should get you the extra big ones and you the little small. Okay, come in. Okay. I just brought out a nice lighter. Where did I put it? How are you guys today? Good? And you? Good, good, good. Hello everyone, welcome to our Zazenkai for June. It is already the spring here. You may hear a little noise outside because our Japanese gardeners are taking care of my trees. I do the weeds and the low things, the weeds and the bushes, but the trees you got to leave to the specialists, otherwise we wouldn't have any trees. So today's a kind of special day. I was explaining, we have one Japanese matz, one pine tree, that looks like the little bonsai trees but big, you know? And it takes one day just for that one tree. Yeah, because he literally does like you see in the movies. He takes the little scissors and goes clip, 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 and then goes back, looks at it, has some tea, puts the tea down, clip, clip, like that. And it takes him all day, which my wife says, you know, it'd be a lot cheaper, we just cut the thing down. And I said, no, you have to respect Japanese culture. I told my Japanese wife. You know, so I pay for that tree, even though, yes, it costs a fortune, just that one tree. But in any case, here we are today. I believe, Shinshi, you are our Ino.
Yes, indeed.
Very good. We're going to look at another wild section of Master Dogen's Ocean Mudra Samadhi. But my job is I'm going to make it relevant to your life. You're going to see what's all this crazy, and I'm going to show you, no, this crazy has to do about going to the post office and doing your studies and just getting through life. You'll see. Leave it to me. I promise you. I'll get you all through it. And otherwise, it's going to be a very good day. It's a little warm today, so I brought out the fans. Okay? So, we ready to go? If you've been here before, you know what to do, and if it's your first time, just follow along. Okay, I think I'm coming all discombobulated here. Excuse me. I am. Give me a second. I think that's good. Good. I think I'm decent now. All right.
Akahanya Haramita Shinyo Kanji Zai Bosatsu Gyojin Hanya Haramita Jishoken Go Onkai Kudo Isaiku Yakusha Rishi Shikifu Hiku Kufu Ishiki Shiki Sokuze Kuku Sokuze Shiki Ju Soyo Shiki Akubunjo Zesha Rishi Zesho Hoku Sofu Shofu Metsufu Kufu Jofu Zofu Genze Koku Chubu Shikimu Jusogyo Shikimu Genni Bize Shinni Mushiki Shoko Misoko Genkai Naishi Mui Shikikai Mumu Myo Yaku Mumu Myo Jinnai Shimu Roshi Akumu Roshi Jinmuku Shubetsu Domu Chiakumu Tokoi Musho Toko Odai Satta E Hanya Hara Mita Koshin Muke Gemuke Komu Kufu Onisai Tendo Muso Kugyo Nehansaze Shobutsu E Hanya Haramita Kotoku Anokuta Rasan Myakusan Bodai Kochi Hanya Haramita Zedai Jinshuze Daimyo Shuzemu Joshuze Mutotoshu Nojo Isaiku Shinjitsu Fu Koko Setsu Hanya Haramita Shusoku Setsu Shu Watsu Gyate Gyate Hara Gyate Haraso Gyate Boji Swaka Hanya Shinyu. The identity of the relative and absolute. The mind of the great sage of India is intimately conveyed west and east, while human faculties are both wise or dull. In the way there are no northern or southern ancestors. The subtle source shines clear in the light, the branching streams flow in the dark. To be attached to things is primordial illusion. To encounter the absolute is not yet enlightenment. All spheres, every sense and field, intermingle even as they shine alone. interacting even as they merge, yet keeping their places and expressions of their own. Sights differ primarily in shape and character, and sounds in harsh or soothing tones. The dark makes all words one. The brightness distinguishes good and bad phrases. The four elements return to their true nature as a child returns to its mother. Fire is hot, water is wet, wind moves and the earth is dense. Eye and form, ear and sound, nose and smell, tongue and taste, the sweet and sour, each independent of the other, like leaves that come from the same root. And though leaves and root must go back to the source, both root and leaves have their own uses. Light is also darkness, but do not think of it as darkness. Darkness is light, but do not see it as light. Light and darkness are not one, not two, like the foot behind and the foot in walking. Each thing has its own being, which is not different from its place and function. The relative fits the absolute as a box and its lid. The absolute meets the relative like two arrow points that touch in midair. Hearing this, simply perceive what is. Make no criterion. If you do not see the way, you do not see it even as you walk upon it. Walking forward in the way, you draw no nearer, progress no farther. One who fails to see this truth is mountains and rivers away. Listen, those who would perceive this subtle matter. Live well your time by night and day. Buddha nature pervades the whole universe, reality existing right here now. In reciting the heart of the perfection of Great Wisdom Sutra and the identity of relative and absolute, we dedicate our sincere efforts to Shakyamuni Buddha, Honored One, the historical Buddha and teacher, and to those ancestral teachers, Eihei Dogen, Honored One, Soji Keizan, Honored One, all successive Honored Ones up until Zuigaku Rempo, Honored One, and Gudo Wafu, Honored One, and to all other Honored Ones throughout history, same yet diverse Honored Ones, whose names have been forgotten or left unsaid. We also dedicate these efforts to the three treasures, Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, to all awakened ones and teachers in all places and times. We especially seek tranquility and well-being for all creatures now suffering or ill in health. May they be serene through all their ills. May their lives be at peace and wisdom pervade the darkness of ignorance. We dedicate our hopes and aspirations to all victims of war and violence and natural events, to the injured and to all families touched by these tragedies, to the healing of hatred in all countries and among all peoples, to the wisdom and compassion of our world leaders, to the peace and harmony of all beings. Thus let the harmful effects of words, thoughts, and actions be dispelled, and compassion bloom in perpetual spring. May we all realize and live the enlightened way together. All Buddhas throughout space and time, all Bodhisattvas, Mahasattvas, Prajna, Paramita,
Zazen? Too big for you? It's okay. Kinhin. Sciatic nerve?
I think it's not, I know it's blood vessels being compressed.
You feel pain?
No,
Pain.
just leg goes numb because the blood vessels are, because
Go to
maybe
the doctor. I need to.
it's a
You're going the wrong way. Zazen. While you're sitting, there's nothing else to do. There's no other place to put it all done. Just for this little time. Everything good? we will have a long Kinhin. And it helps lots of meditators who suffer the same thing. You be better famous.
I would like something to.
Yeah, I'm serious. You know, you would be the only person who would figure this out.
I think the most simple solution is basically this.
Your cancer too tight?
No, I'm just too heavy and then pressure on my legs.
Oh.
Blood vessels.
You see, these more sizes better sometimes. You see? He's got the problem too big. Have some tea if you like. The tea and candy has peanuts. If you don't like, if you have allergy or corn, the tea I think has corn. Be careful. Okay. But you're the scientist. I didn't. Like this. have a talk followed by some Zazen. During the talk, you may sit Zazen, you may have some tea. Hopefully you don't fall asleep during my talk. That's what I always say. It would be good to read along if you do have a copy, because it's about Master Dogen's way of putting things. We have some folks here who are not native speakers, and you'll know all the words, but the grammar, the way he say, that's the point. And it's even confusing to native speaker. So my job is to make it clear to you. So, okay, we're going to, let me sit down here. Can you all hear okay? Okay. Will we open the sutras? Oh, thank you.
The Dharma, incomparably profound and infinitely subtle, is always encountered but rarely perceived. Now we see, hear, receive, and maintain this. May we all realize the Tathagata's teaching of true meaning. The Dharma, incomparably profound and infinitely subtle, is always encountered but rarely perceived. Now we see, hear, receive, and maintain this. May we all realize the Tathagata's true meaning. The Dharma, incomparably profound and infinitely subtle, is always encountered but rarely perceived. Now we see, hear, receive, and maintain this. May we all realize the Tathagata's true meaning.
Very good. Well, we're continuing with Master Dogen's wonderful essay, Ocean Mudra Samadhi, which usually means in Zazen, you take the mudra, you form the body, we sit and we feel a deep samadhi like the ocean. But Master Dogen cannot just leave it there. Maybe it would be good if he left it so simple. He expresses it in his own wild way, which can say, we say in English, seem like a word salad. Word salad. Word salad is where you take a bunch of words, toss them in a bowl, shake them up, and they just come out, whatever comes out, all mixed up, and that's what you get. But the thing about a salad is it's supposed to be nutritious and good for you and freeing. And I assure you that my job is to try to help that happen. And I hope when you're done here, you get a little sense of why this is good for you, like eating a salad. It's good for your health. Someone said, isn't this a little bit like a psychosis to see the world a different way? And I said, no, not at all. You know, psychosis, actually, I have a dear friend right now who's suffering from psychosis, very confused. Doesn't know where he is, doesn't understand, he's having a difficult time communicating. That's very different from this. Master Dogen and all the Buddhists' way of seeing the world is an alternative way to see who we are, what this world is, what time is, but it's supposed to be freeing and healthy. It's not the confusion and ugliness and I don't know what's going on of a psychosis. And also it's supposed to let us actually live better in this world and in a more clear way. Because our usual way is kind of a psychosis. Our usual way is, I'm you, you're not me, I got the conflict with this is a problem for me, I'm worried about yesterday, what's going to happen tomorrow. This is our usual mixed up, kind of sometimes scary way of living. But this way that Master Dogen described is supposed to bring something that's like a wholeness, where all these pieces come together and the friction, the tension drops away, and we're left with a kind of harmony from all this that's good and freeing. So you see, it's actually to free us from the usual chaos that is here between our ears. So Master Dogen's word salad was his way of expressing this. Sometimes even I wish that he could have been a little clearer. For example, there was one paragraph at the very end, and I debated, should I include that in this lesson or not? And I left it out. I'm going to tell you why. Nobody knows what it means. I read 5 translations. They're all very different, and even the great experts could not really get what he's going at. I thought, this one, I could say what I think it means, but let's just leave that aside. Because I think Master Dogen was kind of like a musician or a poet, blowing his horn, or just playing with the words, and sometimes even he maybe would just become very playful, and maybe even he didn't know what he was saying, but he was feeling something. Well, that was a section like that. So I decided maybe I'll leave it for next month. But for right now, we're going to look at this. Now I'm going to tell you first what I think he's saying here, because I like to explain. We live in a world where I am not you. Yesterday is not today, is not tomorrow. I'm young. Right now I'm pretty healthy. One day I may get sick. We're going to get old. We're here for a time. Then we're not here. We have a dog. The dog dies. All of that. We're in a world of change. We're in a world where you are not you. You're not me. Okay? You're not the tree outside. Okay? Buddhists, we don't see the world that way. And this is important. Even, I got the scientist here. I want to say, this is even important for you to see the world a different way. I was listening to a scientist yesterday named Bernard de Castro. He's he was a physicist, and somebody posted him in the forum, and I've been a Bernard Castro fan for a while. And I listened, and she said, is this like Buddhism? And I listened to his talk again. I said, yeah, we're kind of in the same ballpark. Because he's an idealist. It's not exactly the same as Buddhism, but he's talking about there's one thing going on as all these different things. And I'll give you a scientific explanation that you can see. Okay? You research your DNA, right? Right now I'm studying the periodic table. Usually we say we had hydrogen that became carbon, and then some other thing became nitrogen, and some of that became DNA, and the DNA became a dog, and the other DNA became a tree, and the dog is running. Okay? So we see all these different things. Buddhist has a different way to see this. Nitrogen is carbon as nitrogen. Dog is tree as dog. Wait. No, this is what I said. The hydrogen became the carbon. So in a sense, you know, the carbon is hydrogen as carbon, right? You get that. Right? If I put milk and I cook it, it becomes soup. Right? If I take clay and form it, it becomes a statue. But it's still the clay. It's still the milk. Okay? So the carbon, the dog is the carbon as a dog. Okay? Now, the running is the tree running. Well, wait a second, because the dog running is the dog running. So running is the carbon running. The tree is also carbon. The dog is the tree because they're both this one thing that became just, right? So it's not there's a dog and there's a tree. Okay? Oh, you guys still with me here? I'm trying to set her straight on what her science she's actually researching here. So give me a second. Okay? So the tree is running because the tree is the dog is running, the running is the dog. The running is the DNA is running. The tree is running. Okay? The only purpose here is to see the great harmony of all these, because we always think of the world in these different pieces. Okay? So that's what he's talking about here. And even, I'll give you another one. Yesterday, we think, and there's tomorrow. Let's say yesterday my wife was watching on TV a Japanese drama about the samurai. And it's actually kind of appropriate to this, because it's this drama where the samurai from the past somehow appeared in the modern times. Okay?
I know that.
You know this one? Okay. And she really likes this. I haven't really been watching it. And then tomorrow, you know, I'm into robots, right? Okay? So we think yesterday was the day of samurai. Today is the day of us. Tomorrow is the time of robots. Okay? Bernard Kastrup and also says this. This time is just basically, get this, tomorrow is yesterday tomorrow. You can kind of get that, right? Yesterday is now yesterday. So tomorrow is yesterday tomorrow. Samurai are robots as samurai. I had you until that point, right? You said, no, wait, there's a robot, and then in the past there was a samurai, right? And their samurai is not a robot. Robot's a thing of tomorrow, right? You are now. Oh, by the way, you're a samurai and a robot. Because everything is everything else in different expression. You have your head and your hand, and they're both you, right? Right? This is you. This is you. Do this, right? Right? Okay? Your head is your hand is your head. Your head is your hand. Wait a second, I'm getting backward. Your hand is your hand is your head is your hand. That's what I should say. And your even I get confused here. You know what I'm trying to say here. So the robot is the samurai as the robot. And also the robot is you. And you are your hand. You know what I'm going to say next. Your hand is a robot? You understand what he's trying to do here. Everything is everything else, not just different things that are all together. Literally everything else in different expression. Okay? Now, and sometimes when we forget their separate nature, we get a sense of a wholeness. And that's also what he's talking about today. And he's talking about different time and different events. Now here, in this translation, this is basically Tanahashi Sensei. He talks about elements. The word elements is very important to us today. That means phenomena. Phenomena. Which you could say is things, people, you are a phenomena. The Japanese word would be a dharma. That was the original word. It can also be events. Events are dharma. Anything that happens or is a dharma. The dog, the samurai, the robot, yesterday, tomorrow are all these phenomena, okay? And when they lose their individuality as separate things, that's what we say, they disappear. That's what he means here. When the separate things become this wholeness that Bernard Kastrup is talking about as manifesting as this one thing. We see a tree over there, and we see me here, and Bernard Kastrup talks about this one great, and many Eastern philosophies do this. Talk about this one great thing that is manifesting as all the separate things. Then they disappear in their separateness. Okay, that's basically what Dogen is talking about here when he's talking about the elements, the phenomena, disappear, lose their separateness. Okay, so the Buddha said, when elements disappear, I do not say I disappear. This can be taken many, many ways. But this is not your vanishing. This is actually you're finding yourself as this great wholeness. When the samurai appears, it's not that you disappear, it's that you discover yourself as the samurai. When the tree, we notice the tree, and it's not that you disappear, you discover yourself as the tree. You discover yourself as all the separate things. So we don't say that I disappear. There's nothing to disappear. I like to talk about dancers on a stage in a ballet. And we see there's separate dancers swirling around. This one is named Mary. That dancer is named Bob. this dancer is you. The other dancer is you. And you're all dancing around. Okay? And suddenly we forget their separate identity. And we just see the great swirling dance. That is the whole world. Okay? Does that mean we lost you as a dancer? No. We found you. You are the dance. You didn't lose yourself. You discovered a new face of yourself. When I say that you discover yourself as the whole world, as the tree, as yesterday, tomorrow, you're not losing yourself. You're finding a new face. A new face, new infinite faces for yourself. Because you're literally everything and all things, you see. Like that. So I think that is what Master Dogen is getting at here. And he says, the moment when I do not say I disappear is the moment when all the phenomena disappear. There's nothing for you to lose because you're actually discovering something about yourself. Buddhism says that there is no self. They mean there's no separate self. Separate self. Of course there is, because I hope someone's driving your car. You're not the car, and you have to be a separate self to function in the world. But we also discover that we're all the things. We do not lose ourselves. We find ourselves as all things. What disappears is the elements disappearing and becoming the wholeness. Although disappearing and becoming the wholeness, they're still elements. The dancers are still there, even though we forget their separate identity and just see them as the whole thing. Even though I now see you as the whole world, that doesn't mean I'm really losing you. You're still here. This is not about vanishing. It's about losing your disconnection, you see. Because they are elements, they are not affected by delusion. And I take this to mean that we see this world as separate things, but when we see the wholeness, the separate things were never deluded and as separate and as conflicting as we thought. We see this as a world of disconnection, where let's say this person is against this person, and this problem is against this problem. Things are happening separately. But when we see the wholeness, we realize that nothing was ever deluded and in conflict from the start, because it's all the wholeness. So because they are not affected by delusion, they are not divided. This undividedness is all Buddhas and ancestors. Again, I told you, you are the samurai, you are the robot, you're also the Buddha and all the ancestors. You're the tree, you're the sky, and you're the Buddha and ancestors. Buddha and ancestors, of course, the Buddha was the man in India, and the ancestor, let's say, Dogen, who lived 800 years ago. But you are them too, because they are this whole thing. They are the tree, they are the world, they are the sky, they are the robot of tomorrow and yesterday, your hand and the top of your head. All are the Buddhas and ancestors. In the words spoken by the sixth ancestor, Huineng, you are like this. What is not you? Every once in a while, Dogen finally gets a little clearer what he's trying to say. So here we go. You are like this. What is not you? You think these things are not me. That is not the only way to encounter the world. As a scientist, again, you study DNA, and it became all the separate animals. We see it as this one thing became all the separate things, which are still one thing, just in different forms. GCHT, is that the GCAT, right? Yeah. Okay. That four somehow became every life, right? So we say this thing became the four. Oh, the thing became carbon and hydrogen and nitrogen, which became these four chemicals. And those four chemicals became my entire garden that I'm paying a lot of money to get fixed. And you, right? Okay. Still just one thing that is all these things. You understand? That's what he's getting at here. So Master Huineng says, you are like this. What is not you? All past moments and future moments are you. You are the samurai times. You are the Roman Empire. You are tomorrow in the spaceships and wherever we're going. Are you? Not just there are going to be people, other people living then, or there were other people living there in the past. Those people are you, and also you are the past. You are this time, and you are the whole place tomorrow where the universe is going. Not just, it's not a time when that's going to be the time on the calendar when something happens. No, it is you too. Even time is you. Time is, you are time. Okay? You are the planet. You are the universe in matter. You are matter. You are chemicals, right? You are also time. I believe that physics recently is on our side in making these weird assertions. Master Dogen spoke about being time. You are in your own time. You are your time. You are all time. Like that. All past moments and all future moments are you. When he said, I am like this, what is not I? Past moments and future moments are all I. Why is this important? Well, we think we're on this planet for a while and then we're going to kick the bucket. But from what he's saying here, we're not going anywhere. Why? Because we're the whole thing. Now, I'm sorry to tell you, your dog's still dead. I told you part of this I was going to bring it down to earth. You had a dog, you loved the dog kicked the bucket, we missed the dog. I hope everyone's dog is healthy. I'm just talking about a figurative dog. And we live in this world where the people and things we love vanish. From what he's saying, the dog didn't go anywhere because the dog is all time. And as long as that tree is growing in my garden, the dog is still right there. Might look a little different. Doesn't look like a dog. Looks like a tree. But according to Dogen, Huineng, Buddha, and Bernard Kastrup, someone just posted Bernard Kastrup yesterday. That's why I'm talking about Bernard Kastrup all the day. It's really very similar what he's talking about to all this. As long as the sun is shining and the world is turning, you, your grandmother, the dog are still turning and shining. And part of our job is that, of course, we can't see them the same way because they don't look the same way. The carbon that became the dog no longer looks like carbon. The carbon that became the bird no longer looks like a dog. But we can see the dog as the bird. We realize as long as the bird is still flying, the dog is still here. Okay, it's just a different way to see the world. And doesn't mean you have to change your daily life because of this, because we couldn't function really if we saw the world this way in all senses. You know, if I went to feed the tree the dog food and like put fertilizer on my dog, you know, it wouldn't work because I said, oh, the dog is the tree, so I'm going to give the tree fertilizer to the dog and put the dog food with the tree. It doesn't work. So we live in this world of related things. I'm just telling you, there's another way to see it that is also true. Let me give you another example. I'm sorry to pick on the scientists today. Wait a second, let me think what I'm trying to say. Okay, if I see you, you're chemicals, right? From top to bottom. If I see you suddenly as only chemicals, am I wrong? In other words, you are only chemicals, right? If I see you as only chemicals, it's a true statement, right? If I see you as you, it's a true statement, right? You can see one thing two ways, right? Both true. That's what's going on here. Both of these ways of seeing are true. Sorry your dog died, but also your dog didn't go anywhere. Both true. Okay, let me jump ahead here. Disappearing, becoming the wholeness, losing the separate identity, let's say, has been magnificently expressed as countless hands and eyes. All your hands and your eyes in this, all the separate living things in this world with hands and eyes, are the wholeness come to life. Okay, somehow the universe became carbon, which became DNA, which became living creatures, right? And we say now the creatures are in the universe. No, the creatures are the universe that has become the hands and eyes. The universe became the carbon became hands and eyes. Your hands, his hands. You understand? That's what there's going on here. It is unsurpassable nirvana to see the wholeness come to life as all the hands and eyes. It is called death. Now look, he puts three things here that are kind of similar, but very different. It's called death, it's called freedom from attachment, and it's called the abiding place. Maybe we could say your true home. Now those sound like very different things. Death, I died, I'm gone. That's a sad thing. The abiding place, that sounds like my true home where I always am, comfortable. Not being attached, not being clinging to things, and not seeing them as separate things. Those sound like different things, but he's saying one thing. When we're in the abiding place, we're always in the abiding place. We are the abiding place. So death is the abiding place. So not being attached to things and being free and not seeing the separation. It's all this one thing, you see. So you think you died, but you're just in the abiding place. You think you're alive now, you're still just in the abiding place, the true home, the wholeness. Okay? So death and freedom from attachment and freedom from seeing the world as divided and being in this true wholeness, this true home, the abiding place, is all one thing. It's all one thing. Just this whole thing. All the words on this paper. It's all this one thing as every individual thing. Now, hands and eyes are expressions of the disappearing into wholeness. Not saying I at the moment of appearing, or not saying I at the moment of disappearing, appear together, but do not disappear at the same time. Dogen, boy, you're really tough sometimes. Let's break this apart. Let's talk about birth and death. Let's put it that way. Hands and eyes, which are living things, are expressions of vanishing into the wholeness. But they came together and were born as an individual living thing. So not saying I at the moment of birth and appearing as a life, and not saying I at the moment of disappearing and leaving this earth, are together and the same. Two faces of the one thing. Even if they do not disappear at the same time, even if birth is birth and death is death, it's still this one thing, this one dance, this one wholeness, manifesting as all the separate forms. And here he's also going to talk about time more. There are past elements that disappear into wholeness. The things of the past, the samurai times when you were a young kid. There are future elements that disappear into the wholeness. Tomorrow and the robots, and also just when you're a grandma or much, much older than today. There are elements that are moments in the past, and there are elements that are moments in the future. But being is past and future elements. The whole thing is the past and future elements. Being is past and future moments. Time is past and future moments. Things that are not relative, are not separate and related to each other, like the tree is over there, I'm over here. When you give up that feeling of things being relative or opposed in the wholeness, they are just this being, this wholeness. Things that are not relative are being. Things that are not opposed are being. Yesterday is not opposed to tomorrow. It is just this being time. Tomorrow is not opposed to today and yesterday. It is just this one being time. It's just this one thing manifesting as yesterday, this one thing manifesting as today, this one thing manifesting as tomorrow. But talking about things that are not relative and not opposed explains 88 or 9 out of 10. That's a traditional Zen way to say that when you only see the wholeness, when you only forget about the separation, when you only forget that the tree and you are this one thing, and you forget that there is a tree and there is you, this is getting, we call, lost in enlightenment. It's only seeing one face. We got to come back now and realize that, oh, the separate things are the wholeness. There's the wholeness where you kind of vanish in the whole, but yet the whole has now come to life as you. Your hand is you. Your head is you. We don't say that when you forget your head and you forget your hand and only remember you, that your hand has disappeared. Right? In a sense it is. If I'm talking about you, sometimes you don't think about your hand, you don't think about your head. Right? But they're still there. But we just remember you. But the wholeness could not come to life. The wholeness could not open a can of soup. The wholeness could not open a can of soup without your hands. The wholeness could not spot a beautiful flower without your eyes. The wholeness cannot walk without your legs. Somehow the universe made legs and eyes and hands. This is your job to research this. Why this, how this happened. And you say, okay, this just happened in the universe. And we kind of say, no. The universe decided it needed to walk, so made your legs. For some reason. We figured out why. But in other words, maybe the universe likes to dance and said, oh, wait a second, I can't dance. I have no legs. I would like to dance. Let me make something with legs. I would like to see flowers. The flowers, by the way, are me. And right? But he said, I can't appreciate a rose. We have to have roses, and we have to have eyes that see a rose. Okay? This wholeness could not come to life without your eyes and the rose over there. So if we only see the wholeness, we're only seeing 80 or 90%. You got to come back and realize the wholeness is the separate things, is you, is your hands and your life. And then you're enlightened, by the way. That's pretty much our definition of enlightened. When you see both sides, you don't just see the separation. Seeing just the separation is ignorance. Ignorance, we don't like that in Buddhism. Seeing the wholeness without the separation, that's 80 or 90%. That's very important. That's not 50%, that's 80 or 90% of it, seeing the wholeness. But you're still not there, because you got to come back and realize, oh, the world of separate things is the wholeness. Then, pretty much that's our definition of enlightenment. People say in Buddhism we can't define what enlightenment is. No, that's pretty much it, what I just told you. When you can really experience that the separate things of this world is this incredible wholeness that's dancing and coming to life as a whole thing, yeah, you're pretty much, that's pretty much what we're supposed to do here. And not just intellectually, we really got to feel this. And then we have to bring it to life, by the way, in how we live. That's important too. And when you do all that, yeah, you're pretty much Buddha, kind of. Or Buddha-ing. You know, Buddha, we see Buddha as an activity. Okay? Talking about things that are not relative or not opposed explains just 8 or 9 out of 10. To regard the 4 great element and the 5 skandhas. 4 great element is the old way of saying periodic table. That's what the earth, air, water, you know. They have a periodic table, okay? And the 5 skandhas are the senses. Seeing, tasting, smelling, okay? So I'm going to modernize this. To regard the periodic table and the 5 senses as the hands and eyes of disappearing is to take them up and pursue understanding. In other words, see the periodic table as having this, being this wholeness that came to life. See the 5 senses as the wholeness which has come to life. See your hands and eyes as the wholeness which has come to life, and then you've got some good understanding. To see the periodic table and the 5 elements as the way of vanishing into the wholeness is going beyond and encountering reality. The entire body is hands and eyes, man. This whole world is hands and eyes. Looks like the tree doesn't have hands and eyes, but it's living in its way. The rock, you with actually hands and eyes, this whole world is just hands and eyes, living life come together as all these separate things which are just this wholeness which is not lacking anything. The full range of the body, not just your human body, the whole body which is this everything, is hands and eyes not lacking anything. Disappearing into the wholeness is the activity of the Buddhas and ancestors. It is their coming to life. So I don't care what you have to do in your life. Maybe you're going to finish this talk, you're going to go out to the mailbox. I'm trying to tell you, it's the Buddhas and ancestors and the trees and the sky and all of time and space and what happened in the Roman Empire and what will happen tomorrow, going out with you to check the mail. That's how fantastic what I'm saying. Let's say after this you're going to, I don't know, what are you going to do? You're going to stub your toe. I hate that. Okay? And you think, I just stubbed my toe on the table. You ever do that? It's very painful. Bang your toe. Ow. You know, your knee or your toe. Ah. You ever do that? You never hit your toe on a chair or something? You never kicked it your whole life? You never, yeah? Okay. Anyway. And we usually think, there's the chair, there's my toe, I hate the damn chair, I just kicked my toe, I just said a dirty word because I kicked my chair, okay? That's one way to experience life, yeah. I wish, why did the universe make chairs for me to bump my toe on, okay? It represents all our problems in life, this chair now, okay? That's one way to see things. This other way to see things is, it's the whole universe stubbing its toe on the whole universe. Which is true. Yes, they both are. And when it's still going to make, your toe is still going to hurt, but it's a different kind of hurt when you realize that you just stubbed yourself on yourself. And the stubbing is the whole thing come to life. Unfortunately, to have life in this world, the world had to do, Bernard Kastrup again. I'm really out of Bernard Kastrup again. He said the world, this wholeness to come to life, basically had to cut itself up into pieces. I think it makes a heck of a lot of sense to explain what's going on. Something to come to life had to divide itself into broken pieces that would kind of compete, evolve by competing, would have individual courses of life. Okay? Unfortunately, we had to have chairs, we had to have your toe, and unfortunately, sometimes you have to bang into the chair and hurt yourself. Because this wholeness has divided into chairs and your toe. Okay? Otherwise, where? Otherwise, imagine a world that we would have no chairs, no toes. It would be a very boring place. But unfortunately, that means that it is wild, and unfortunately, I have to call the gardener to fix my garden because it was running out of control. The plants were going all over the place. The trees were going wild. I couldn't take care of it. Now I have people, they're fixing my garden. My toe, unfortunately, hit the chair, but the garden is me. The gardeners are me. I still got to pay them. My toe and the chair is me. The bumping is me. And you, by the way. When I say me, I'm not being selfish. Like, that's called solipsism, where I'm saying the whole universe is just me. Sorry, guys, you're out of luck. That's not what I'm saying. Should we say the whole universe is us, me, us, the big me? Your me, my me are the same me. Okay, the whole universe is the same me. While the Buddha says not relative and not opposed, nevertheless, appearing arises in the beginning, middle, and end. Even though nothing's opposed, there is no separate things, no relative, still things are appearing and disappearing, now, later, it's all happening. Although elements appear all of a sudden where past elements disappeared, although you were born after the samurai disappeared and the robot will come after us, although elements appear all of a sudden when past elements disappear, that's not the only way to see things again. It is not that disappearing turns into appearing. It's not that the samurai disappeared and we will someday become the robots when our time is done. I hope that doesn't happen, by the way. You know, I'm a big AI guy. People think you know, I'm rooting for the AI. I'm not. I hope we all get together and cooperate. Don't get me wrong. Anyway, but that's another thing. So I hope we don't disappear and then the day of the AI comes. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying people think the samurai vanished and now it's our turn. Dogen says, no, samurai is still here. They didn't go anywhere. The samurai time was completely the samurai time, which was also the robot time in the samurai time. And the robots will sometimes be here, and they will have their time, but that is also your time and the samurai time as the robots. Although elements appear all of a sudden when past elements disappeared, it is not disappearing, turning into appearing. It's just that elements appear. It's just, here's the robot now. Here's the samurai now. But it's still this one thing now, so nothing's really ever even come or gone, really. Does that kind of make a sense? You have an ocean, the wave rises on the ocean, then the wave goes down, but the ocean didn't go anywhere. So even though we say now is the time of this wave, it's all the ocean. So really nothing came or went. So the wave of the samurai came, the wave of the robot came, but it's really all the one ocean. So nothing's come or vanished. I'm even losing my place here. It's very easy to lose your place in Dogen because these sentences all look alike. Because elements appear completely, they are neither relative nor opposed. Here's another perspective. Because the robot is all things, as the robot, the whole thing is the robot, and there's nothing else. Because there was the tree outside, and the whole thing is now manifesting as the tree, the whole thing is the tree. Because the whole thing is now you, you are the whole thing. And I mean that in a radical sense. Again, a different way for scientists to see this. We think that there's a piece of something that's part of the bigger thing. We say, no, there's only one thing, and if this thing is manifesting as you, let's say Marco, the whole universe is Marco. I mean that literally. This is you. You are Jupiter. You are Alpha Centauri. You are the smallest atom. They're all named Marco. freak you out? But you got what I'm saying, how radical that is. It's not that there's a dog and there's you and there's the planets up there. They are you. Look at get your driver's license. You don't drive, right? But get your ID card. Look at the name on there and you go, yeah, that's who all this is. Okay, now before that goes to your head, because it could easily do it, and by the way, my truly psychotic friend, he's actually confused about that. He's starting to think that really everything is just him. That's bad. Because why? Because it's true for everything. I like to say that the worm in the garden is just you. Unfortunately, I got to tell you too, that means you're just a worm in a garden. You get how this goes? Don't let it go to your ego. The whole universe is named Shinchi. And I mean that in literal sense. The whole universe is Shinchi. Bow down to Shinchi. Let's go, everybody, bowing down to Shinchi, because we've discovered there he is. There is the whole universe right there waving at us right now. Okay, but before we do that, the whole universe is still Chris. And the whole universe is still the dog and the tree. So it shouldn't be go to your ego too much. Yes, the whole universe is you, but it's true for the whole thing. Okay, I'm going to run out of time here. I better get going here. So, when elements disappear completely in the wholeness, they are neither relative nor opposed. Okay, that's what we're talking about. Whether it is just appearing or just disappearing in the ocean Mudra Samadhi, where all things become the ocean, like I told you, the waves on the ocean, all the waves are just the ocean. All elements are just as they are. The tree is just the tree, and it's the whole universe. I look at my tree there, and I had to call the gardeners, but was it a bad tree? Was it a good tree? No, it was perfectly what it was tree. You are perfect, in one sense. I think you're very nice, by the way. But you're also absolutely perfect, according to this, because the universe, you are the whole universe. There's literally nothing to add to you or take away. Shinchi, you are absolutely flawless, man. You are the most flawless human being that has ever lived. And you could use a haircut, by the way. But you are both true. Both true. Okay? All elements are as they are. Now then he talks about there's no practice. It is not that there is no practice in realization. It is just that they are not divided. This term practice realization is very interesting to us because it means taking this wisdom and bringing it to life are one thing. You have now realized that there's this wholeness in this world of separation. Now you can't just sit there. You got to get up after this talk and you have to live. That is practice realization. That is bringing this wisdom we've been talking about now to life. Now you know a little sense that the world is not as divided as you thought before you came here today. And she's probably thinking, why did I come here today? But I hope when you leave here today, you see that, oh, wait a second, maybe this is one more great thing. One whole thing more than I thought when I got up this morning. Okay? Now your job is, okay, you got that knowledge, you heard it from me. Okay, I get it. Yeah, okay, I got it now. Now you got to get in the car and get back to the world that's all divided. That's our practice. Living, our practice, and the realization of the wholeness are not divided. We are the hands and eyes, he said. Use them well. You are the hands and eyes of the universe. Use them well. Don't use them to punch someone. Use them to open them in generosity. Use them to embrace someone in peace. Don't use them to push someone away in hate. That's our practice realization. Now that you've realized you are the wholeness, and that your life is the whole life of the whole thing, live well, live nicely. That's our practice. This is called Ocean Mudra Samadhi. Samadhi is actualization, bringing it to life. It is expression. It is talking and thinking and are the words out of our mouths are this thing talking. When you talk, I hope you get the point now. When you talk, it is the whole thing talking with your mouth. So please say nice words. If you talk hate, yeah, you're bringing hate into the world. If you talk love, you're bringing love into the world. And this next expression about, it's like in the night reaching back and groping for a pillow, it should be the most natural of things to do this. When you do the simplest thing of reaching back to get the pillow, he says, it's not limited to thousands of millions of eons of time. It is literally all of time and space reaching back to do this most natural thing of reaching for the pillow. As the Buddha says in the Lotus Sutra, I am always in the ocean. I would challenge that. I am always the ocean. And if you are the whole ocean, please flow nicely, man. This ocean is boundless. I'm going to close here. This ocean does not belong inside. It has no outside. We usually think the ocean has an inside and outside. And you're on the beach, you're looking at it. You go to the beach, it's beach season. Chris loves the beach, I know. He's going to take the kids, maybe tomorrow, I bet, something. Going to go up to the ocean. And you're going to sit, there's the ocean. And I mean, a couple years ago, Chris saved a couple kids from drowning, or was part of a group of people who helped save some kids from drowning. And it feels like very scary. There's the ocean, and we're separate. We could drown in the ocean. Not this ocean. This ocean is not the ocean, the Pacific or the Atlantic. This is the ocean that's the whole of reality. You cannot drown in it because you are it. You cannot drown in something you already are. You're not standing on the beach looking at it. You are it. Therefore, it has no inside, outside, or in between. This Buddha does not abide in east, west, south, or north. Here in this relative world, we have the north, the south, the east, and west. You're over there, I'm over here. This wholeness has no separation, no direction. In Chinese paintings, I'm going to close on this. Chinese paintings, you will see that they represent the wholeness by sometimes a picture of a great space with a river, with a boat, and you cannot see any people on the boat. There's just a boat in a great empty space. I will find a picture like this. I will post it later. Be sure to check it out in the thread. That painting has usually been taken in Zen art to mean that the separate thing, the boat, is the wholeness and is not separate from it. So he says here, the whole boat is empty. It returns full of moonlight. The moonlight of the wholeness of emptiness is the boat floating on the river. The river, the space, the whole world, this boat, the sailing is one thing. And if you're a sailor on a boat, what should you do? Sail with skill. Sail nicely. Sail well. That is our practice enlightenment. This return to this wholeness that is this life is the true place of settling, is your true home. Who could call it stagnant water? It's living water. It is actualized in the ultimate dimensions of the Buddha Dharma. It is all the Buddha's teachings come to life. And I'm sorry I kept you much too long. That's all I got. Okay? Okay. Any questions? Requests for a refund? Complaints? I see the top of Onkai's head. Oh, there she is. Okay? So you all got it now. Look at this picture here. One screen, right? I see one screen, 6 people. Got the symbolism, friends? And it's all just pixels of light. Are you one screen? Are you pixels? Are you 9 different individuals? Yes. And you too here are the same. Okay. All right. Now, next thing. We're going to close the sutras in a moment, and then we are going to do our silly dance, which we always do, the hokey pokey. But I was talking to Beyond, and here's my question. We're going to take a show of hands. You are going to change the entire course of tree leaf history now by your vote. We are going to take a vote. I like to do the silly dance because I just gave a serious talk, and I like to remember, let's keep laughing and smiling, okay? But even to me, it gets kind of silly sometimes to be dancing this kid's dance afterwards. So the question is, should we just stretch afterwards and not dance? Or should we be dancing the silly dance to remember that even if this is the whole universe, it likes to be silly too. By the way, this whole reality, when you cry, it cries. And when you're silly, all the world becomes silly too. Okay? So, show of hands before we close the sutras. Who says we do away with the silly dance and just stretch? Okay, one. No, you can't raise your hand twice quick. I don't know if you're voting, Chris. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. Okay. Any votes back here? No. Okay. Who says we keep the silly dances? I'm not voting. 1, 2, 3, 4. What's your vote? You got to vote.
Maybe stretching.
Keeping?
Stretching.
Stretching only? Okay. I think it's a close election, probably fixed. You know, that's what the elections are all fixed now. But, okay, from next month, I'm sorry to say, only a stretch. Only a stretch. Okay. All right, but in the meantime, this will be our final hokey pokey after this. Let us close the sutra.
May the merits of these teachings penetrate into each thing in all places, so that we and every sentient being together may realize the Buddha's way, all Buddhas throughout space and time, all bodhisattvas, mahasattvas, maha, prajna, paramita.
Okay, now we're going to have the world's shortest Zazen to remember that Zazen is not a matter of long and short. Ready? Everyone, Zazen. You can, where you are. Thank you. I call that one breath Zazen. I got exactly one breath in there, right? And that's the whole universe, right? Because we discovered what? That one breath is all time. We Buddhists are kind of crazy. Okay, one breath was all time, so that Zazen was all the Zazen in the universe. Okay, let's get up and we're going to have our hokey pokey. It's the ocean hokey pokey, by the way, fitting for the ocean mudra samadhi. Ocean hokey pokey.
Put your flipper in, you put your flipper out, you put your flipper in and you shake it all about. You do the underwater pokey and you turn yourself around. That's what it's all about. Glub, glub!
You put your tentacle in, you put your tentacle out, you put your tentacle in and you wave it all about. You do the underwater pokey with a giggle and a sound. That's what it's all about.
Squish, splash! You put your tail fin in, you put your tail fin out, you put your tail fin in and you swish it all about. You do the underwater pokey with your fishy friends around. That's what it's all about. Swish, swoosh!
You put your bubble in, you put your bubble out, you put your bubble in, and you pop it with a shout. You do the underwater poke, you give a wiggle and a bound. That's what it's all about. Pop, pop! You put your whole fish self in, you put your whole fish self out, you put your whole fish self in, and you swim and spin about. You do the underwater pokey and you twirl without a doubt. That's what it's all about. Pop, pop!
Okay, I'm gonna admit, that. That was always my favorite part of the Zazenkai. Not that I have preferences, you know, we love it. All of this is equanimity. It's all beautiful. But I gotta confess, I'm gonna miss that. Okay. All right. Oh, yes. Zazen, please be the ocean. Please be the ocean now. No, sit. You have to go. Oh, yes, go.
Sorry.
Go. Okay. I just finished a great book on Zen in Vietnam. And there's Vietnam has got Zen has got very strong in Vietnam last 10 years. And I listened to the teacher, Albert Professor. The teacher is very similar to this.
Yes, if there could YouTube, many more have the online lecture for general people.
Yeah, but anyway, okay, see you next time. Oh, okay. Where are you going? have a long Kinhin. We will now recite the Metta verses, followed by, probably Zazen. I feel a little guilty whenever the gardeners come because they do such beautiful work, branch by branch. That's the real Zen in motion, you know. I'm in here talking about it, and they're out there doing it. But the truth is that if this garden was left to just me, without the specialists, it wouldn't. I wouldn't be able to keep it alive, I think. There are too many different trees and plants here. And I do good with the bushes, and I do good with the weeds, but anything above that high, you have to leave to the specialists. And they've been keeping it going. I think this garden has been here for about 50 years in one form or another. You know. So I'm going to bow to them today. We're going to recite the Metta verses, and I'd just like to add to it something that's always implied, but we're going to just say it a little more clearly, that when we are first chanting for ourselves, then someone we love, then a friend, then a stranger, then a difficult person, then all sentient beings, and I think I left out stranger in there. Well, based on the talk you heard, they are just us. They are just you. They're all just Shinshi. We've determined that Shinshi is the whole universe, so they're all just Shinshi. He's the bad guy. He's the good guy. He's the guy we love. He's the stranger. But so are you, and so are them. So we're just going to say it a little more clearly today. I'm going to add, may he, who is us, who is I, who is you, like that, for each one. Okay, it's always implied though. It's always implied. All right, we will begin with ourselves. Personally, us. Who is me? Who is you? Who is us? Who is the whole thing? Like that. Okay? May I, who is you? Who is us? Who is the tree? Who is the samurai and the robot? Who is the whole thing? Be free from suffering. May I, this is going to get long if I keep repeating it every time, so I'm going to abbreviate a little bit. May I, who is you, who is the whole thing? Now I'm going to get all confused. May I be free from suffering? May I feel safe and still? May you, who is I, who is the whole thing, be free from enmity. May we, including the samurai, including the robot, they especially, may they be loving, grateful, and kind. We want kind and gentle robots and samurai, I'm sure. May we, who is I, who is you, be healthy and at ease in all my, your, our ills, which are just the whole thing. I'm sure I'm confusing you. I'm getting all confused here. May we, who is I, who is you, be at peace. Who is Chris, who is Bjorn, embracing in Onkyo, embracing all conditions of the life, and the life is us and is you and is me in all conditions. Okay? This is why Dogen talks like a word salad. Whenever you try to express these things, look what you end up with. Oh my gosh, what a mess. Okay, now we're going to do the person we love. I'll simplify a little bit. Think of someone you love in your family, probably. May she, who is you, who is us, be free from suffering. May she, who is they, who is we, feel safe and still. as they say, we have to be careful of pronouns today, but not in Buddhism, man. All the pronouns apply to everybody. See that? Where am I? May she be free from enmity. Yes. May they, who is you, who is the tree, be loving, grateful, and kind. May she, who is the planet Jupiter, be healthy and at ease in all our ills, which is her. May she be at peace, embracing all conditions of life. The gardener just walked past. I think he's not sure what we're doing in here, but that's okay. Okay, now, the friend. May he, who is us, who is the gardener, be free from suffering. May he, who is the dog, be safe and still. May he, who is the crawling worm, no, nothing personal, I don't mean that. He's also a good guy. Be, where am I? Free of enmity, be loving, grateful, and kind. May he be healthy and at ease in all his, our, its, the whole thing's ills. May he be at peace, the peace that is the one piece that is all our pieces, embracing all conditions of the life which is all our lives. I'm getting a headache. It's hard to keep all this straight. Okay. Let's see. Then the stranger. Stranger is someone maybe you walked past in the street, saw in a store, didn't give a second thought. They may just be a shadow in your memory. Somebody like that. May they, who is you, be free from suffering. May they, who is the sun and the stars, be free of suffering. May they be loving, gentle, and kind. No, may they be suffering. I'm just going to do this. This is hard today. Okay. May they be free of enmity. May they be loving, gentle, and kind. May they, who is you, who is the cat and the rat, be healthy and at ease in all are their ills. May they, we, it, I, all of it, be at peace, embracing all conditions of life. You see, if we really saw, this is a good point, if we really saw the world this way, we couldn't function. I barely could get through this chant. If we truly lived and we saw the world this other way, it would just be impossible to get up in the morning and, you would put your pants on and you would put your pants on the other guy, right? Because you would put your pants on your legs, you'd be putting the pants on the cat. We cannot function this way. That's why it's so confusing. Okay, where are we here? The difficult person. Now this is a good one. Think of the most difficult person you can think of. The one who really gets your goat, as we say in English. And remember that they are the goat and they are you. Okay? Because we, of course, all got it in us under the right conditions in the first place. Any of us in the right moment under the right conditions, I'm sure, would not act the most beautifully that we would wish. So, okay, let's think of somebody. Not hard, unfortunately. May they, who is me, who is you, be free from suffering. If they were free from suffering, they wouldn't act that way. May they, who is me and you and the goat, feel safe and still, because I got a feeling they act out that way because they don't feel safe and still. May they, who is unfortunately all of us, be free from enmity, I wish. May we all be loving, grateful, and kind. May they be healthy, because I think their pain, their lack of health is what they're expressing. May they be healthy and at ease in all their ills, because their dis-ease is what is manifesting in their behavior. May they, who is you, under the right circumstances, who is all of us, be at peace, because they're not, and that's why they do that, embracing all conditions of life, instead of trying to constantly bend the whole world to their will, like that, which is just us. Okay, last one is us. Who is us? May we, who is us, be free of suffering. May we, who is you, be safe and still. May we, who is the tree, that rhymes, be free of enmity. I don't know if trees get angry, but let's say maybe. If we get angry and we're the tree, I guess trees get angry. You know, Dogen wrote about mountains who walk and trees that talk and things like that. That's what he may be at here. May we be loving, grateful, and kind. It would be a very nice world if we all were. May we be healthy. My gardeners are keeping the trees healthy. And at ease in all our ills. The trees don't complain much when they are not healthy, but people do. May we be at peace, embracing all conditions of life. Yeah, these teachings are a little different. If you get lost in all this wordplay, boy, you really can make you crazy. I'm telling you. I think I'm going to, after this Zazen is over, I'm going to put on the silliest TV show I could find and just stare at the TV for a while, because it really bends my brain sometimes, all this stuff. That we are the everything and the whole thing. But that's the point of this lesson. Okay. Any event, we got a few minutes here. This is just be where you are, be comfortable, Zazen. If you're sitting formal style, you may continue, or just to relax where you are. It is a beautiful, if warm day here in Japan, and I'm just very glad that to be here today. Beautiful. We will now recite the verse of atonement and the 4 vows.
All harmful acts, words, and thoughts ever committed by me since of old, on account of beginningless greed, anger, and ignorance, born of my body, mouth, and mind, now I atone for them all. To save all sentient beings, though beings numberless, to transform all delusions, though delusions inexhaustible, to perceive reality, though reality is boundless, to attain the enlightened way, a way non-attainable, to save all sentient beings, though beings numberless, to transform all delusions, though delusions inexhaustible, to perceive reality, though reality is boundless, to attain the enlightened way, a way non-attainable, to save all sentient beings, though beings numberless, to transform all delusions, though delusions inexhaustible, to perceive reality, though reality is boundless, to attain the enlightened way, a way non-attainable.
Okay, lovely, lovely, lovely. Now, I'm going to send you on your way during the week. I would like to leave you with a koan. A koan. Really, we have determined that you are the dog and the dog is you. But when you put on your pants, you put them on you. Do not put the pants on the dog. Why? If you do so, you will have no pants and the dog will be angry. Also, think about it. The universe cannot bark without the dog. The universe cannot wear pants without you. I leave you there. Please have a very good week, my friends. Peace to you all. Love you all.
Thank you.
Remember, wear your own pants. Wear your own pants. All right. See you later.
Shishi, can you please make me host?
What?
My connection dropped and I lost host privileges. Can you make me host so I can end things?
Well, if I only knew how to do that.
Click on participants
Oh, participants, yes?
and then click on my name, 3 dots, and make host.
3 dots. Make host. And you are now.
Thank you very much. My connection dropped again. I don't know what happened.
Okay, guys. See you later.
All right. Thank you very much.
Oh, Jundo, you had what you did today.
What did I do?
Oh my.